Last time, on Taiji, we finished the map. We got a 1 flame, 2 flames. I think I have 5 total. And I want to try to get this area's flame, but it's really hard. And then I found this whole area over here and did some of it, but then this one was really hard. I sat here for quite a long time at the end of stream. I don't know if I want to start with that. That's too much. So we could do that, or I could go inside this cave. Hi, Mom. Welcome in. Mom the human. How's it going? 1 flame, 2 flame, red flame, blue flame. Yeah. It's perfect. Exactly. Did I attempt this one yet? We could go in here. I don't think I've tried this one yet. I don't know if I can get this shape here, though. Maybe... I'm already starting the head tilt. The skim is a lot of looking at everything sideways. Oops. These two are good to go. What if we just loop all the way around?
Humans.
Mistake? Is that you? Hello? Thank you. Thank you for contributing to the new keyboard goal. I can't see how much it progressed on the bar, but I can see what it was. I appreciate it. Hello? It's good to see you. Happy Monday. Thank you so much. I narrowed it down. We talked about this on stream. I'm either getting the Razer upgrade or my first ever mechanical keyboard. Those are my dream keyboards. Keyboards are neat. I use one often. Same. They are really neat. I like typing. I like clicky clacky noises. Thank you so much. I will update the Ko-fi goal so everything matches and it's synced up. In the meantime, gotta do a puzz. What's everyone got going on this week? I hope it's an easy week for you. Oh, this can't be like that. Can I make this? Can I flip this upside down? Maybe? Oh no, I can't rotate it because they're not slanted. This one would have to be like this. And this is now the only shape that doesn't match the others, but everything else works. That's a bummer. I'm having a chill week until Friday. My weekend is busy. I'm seeing my niece's holiday dance performance. Ooh, nice. That'll be fun. I haven't been to a dance recital in years. I remember, because I danced as a kid, and then I dropped it in high school. And then I went to my friends' dance recitals and was like, oh, I missed this. Dang it. This was fun. But I haven't been to one since like high school. Can this... Oh, this is tricky. Okay, let me try... Something like that. Oh, even that is not right though, because this is flipped upside down. Weird. Don't like that. Okay, what about this? Nope, can't do that. Doesn't like that. What about this? Okay, I can do blocks of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But these have to be connected somehow, which is gonna throw everything off. Okay, all these are the right shape though. Huh. And I can't do this because it makes this like W shape now. Isn't this what I had before though? Isn't this very similar? Does it actually work now? No, because this. That's right, that's right. Tricky. Answering your question, now that I made gourmet s'more on the stove, my favorite vegan marshmallow is the best sourdough from a nearby bakery, and nocciolata hazelnut chocolate spread. It's honestly overwhelming. That sounds so good. It's been a lonely wintry month in the city, but I keep trying to do new things that prepare me for the future and being consistently artistic. I feel that. I always find new feelings of being alone, but I should come to streams more. Yeah, I don't know. It's I'm with people every time I stream, and then on the days when I'm not streaming, I do get kind of lonely. I don't know. Winter is just rough. It just is. That does sound phenomenal for that s'more though. Yeah. Exactly. The solution? Make more s'mores. It shook your body. I've never thought of putting Nutella or like a hazelnut spread instead of a chocolate bar, but that's a game changer. Can I somehow turn this into the same shape? No. Like, I don't think I can repeat this W shape. Well, here, it's repeating that way. Oh, maybe I can. I think that's our answer. Yay! I blame getting into Outer Wilds lately? Really? Logan, hi, welcome in. How's it going? If you play games on your own time, do you ever forget and think you're on stream? No. I don't think so. Not yet. That's a good question, though. Modify your s'mores, everyone. If you have a gas stove or a fire at home, go for it. Thank you for the joy. I think what does happen is when I try to make videos for YouTube or Ko-fi, like bonus videos, I forget that I'm not streaming and I say, we're gonna go do this, we're gonna go do this, always in the we format, like you all are going with me, like on stream. But then I'm like, oh, this is kind of weird because there's no chat and I'm just recording this. Streamer we. I say it all the time. Like, I don't... It's a community. It's a collective. Like, I'm never alone. We're always together. The community we. I never forget you're here. No. No. Except yesterday I zoned out on that one puzzle for a really long time, but I didn't forget I was live. I thought less time had passed than however much had actually passed. I say streamer we and I don't even stream. It's not like, I just feel like it's a social thing with, I don't know, you watch streams so you hear it a lot. And I would do it even if I wasn't a streamer because I'm exposed to it a lot. I feel like I got it from college or from like sports teams as a kid where you're working together. Streamer we when talking to people in public at the store. I've used it on the phone, talking to my best friend from college before, and she's like, "Who's we? Who's doing that with you?" I'm like, "Oh, you know, me, but like my community, because it's for stream." I'll use it at the store next. I don't think it's that confusing, but it probably is kind of confusing. All right. Nope. I was going for this kind of a Z shape here. But that's not working out. What about this? No, because this. But I could make cubes again. Cubes with a tail. Nope. How about... Oh, this is not good. What about a T shape? Oh, I can't go that high up because these two are too close together. What about L shape? No? This is odd. What about something like this? No, I feel like everything I try... Everything I try fails. No, we'll get this. We'll get this. What happens if I surround all these? To at least make them all the same shape. Like this. This definitely doesn't solve the puzzle, but it gives us all of the... Oops, all of these yellow lines are satisfied. Been gaming a lot more with friends, so I guess that's another factor. Yeah. And then we were saying we as a team or a group or, I don't know, a voice call. Update us if you ever hear an Adventure Time line out of stream and register it as a notification. I will. When I watch Adventure Time and hear Finn going, yes, I'm like, oh, that's so familiar. I was over at my aunt's house the other week and the kids were watching Adventure Time and looked up instinctively as a notification went off. Oh my gosh. There's not, because the Finn one, the follow alert is the one that's gonna get you. The other ones, if I think about it too much, I get all soul searchy and weird. That one is too specific. It happens one time in one episode. The humans happens one time in one episode. And what's the other one? I forget my own alerts. But yeah. The Finn one will get you. Okay, that's kind of cute. But then I need to block this out. And in order to block that shape out, I have to add squares to the one above it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I'm gonna start over. What if I forget about the yellow lines and just go for the other shapes? I feel like this one is weird because I feel like it should be able to rotate. Did I try this shape yet? Why does that end up being an answer so often? Oh, but now this one is weird. Because there's not enough space between the two rows to make it work. But maybe I can make something else work. This. Ooh. Yay! What did that power on? Where did you go? Strange. They were watching the episode where Bimo says, "Oh yeah, sometimes life is scary and dark. That is why we must find the light." I was walking past the living room and stopped in my tracks. Yep, that one is one time in one episode, but if you watch that episode, it's my favorite voice line. So good. And I love you, Bimo. I love you too. Click, goodbye. That one is one time in one episode. I want to know what I lit up with that panel. It had a cable that went somewhere.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Enjoy. Finn the Human alert. Alright, I don't know what that lit up, but we're gonna keep going. Maybe it... Was this something that I could work on before? Maybe it enabled me to work on this panel. I don't know. Look how giant this panel is! Scary! What's your favorite Adventure Time character? Mine is Bimo. Which we have a button for. I have a button for, and we have a chat command for. Does me typing that in chat also activate the overlay? Do I have the overlay enabled in this scene? Hang on. Excuse me. Pardon me. One moment, please. This should be quick. Okay, mix it up, bot. I do, but I have it set up weird. Hang on. We're almost there. What did I just do? Oh god. OBS is terrible. I just want you all to know. It is evil, but it's the best way to do things. Oh my god, my computer hates me right now, too. There it is. Did you see it? What? No. Oh my god. It's just when you're resizing Windows, it hates everything. I don't know why. It should work now. Sorry. I had to. Bimo and Marceline are tied for my favorite Adventure Time character. Very good choices. Yeah, Marceline. Lemon Hope. Lemon Grab. Tree Trunks. Lumpy Space Princess. I don't know, everyone's iconic. BRB, okay, sounds good. I gotta actually seriously contemplate this. Oh, hello, Duncan. Wait, how come there aren't an even number of squares? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? That seems weird. Duncan is having a rough day today. I don't know what it is. You good, buddy? Come on. He's been chewing at his claws a lot, so he has the cone on. What's this? He keeps moving back and forth from one cat bed to the other. Hopefully he'll get a restful nap. We have a vet appointment on Wednesday, so they'll check his claws again and see if they're improved. And see what else we can do if they're not. We just can't seem to figure out what it is. Okay, but there's an odd number of symbols here. Is there any direction I can go with this shape that when I mirror it on the other side, the other one doesn't pick up a square? Up 3, left 1, up 1. Up 3, left 1, up 1. Okay, let's do that. And then cut those off from the rest. And cut those off from the rest. Ooh, tricky, tricky. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2. Okay, there's 5 yellow symbols. So kind of a similar thing happening here. Up 1, right 2. That doesn't work. Oh, and I have to connect these two. Ugh. How? Oh, because you can do... I could do like this. But not. Adam, hi, welcome in. Happy Monday. It's good to see you. How's your day going? What if I just do this? I don't like it. Nope, 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 nope. This one's hard. It's going pretty good. I've got myself a glass of delicious vanilla oat drink and I'm here to enjoy some puzzles. We were talking about s'mores earlier and now delicious vanilla oat drink and I'm gonna have to make myself some hot cocoa. We'll do that on break. We're coming up to a break soon. I'm trying to time my breaks better and get lots of stretches in, which I think you all will appreciate too. I hope so. I can make this go here. There's more than one way that I can rotate this. Or I could even do that and then keep adding to it from there. But that makes it hard because I can only add like this and this and this and this, and then we start running out of space. I need to focus on how I'm gonna pair one of these with an orange diamond and keep both of the white diamonds together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Wait, what if I just do this? No. Can I do something like this? No. Can I do something like this? No. This is rough. I don't know. Oh, this one is... Oh, no, I can do this. This just has to stand alone, but these two have to pair together. Or... these two have to pair together, but that seems... less likely. Oh, no, this is, I'm thinking that the white lines are white diamonds, and that's not what's happening here. I had hot chocolate with marshmallows and for the first time just recently, and it's so good. It tastes so good. The one redeeming quality of winter. This is all very wrong, but we're trying. It's so cold here right now. Everywhere has been frosty for the past few days, which makes everything look magical, and I love that. Yeah. I like the outside being cold. I don't mind bundling up to go outside. It looks pretty. It is kind of magical. This is a tough one. It makes me think I am supposed to do something like this. I don't think that's even possible. How can I make these two symbols connected, but then repeat the same shape here without the two shapes touching? How can I do that? That's what kills me on these, is some of these puzzles that I'm like, I don't understand how this is possible. These diamonds, the rule is they have to be, oh, thank you, thank you, me, past me. These have to be touching another of the same color, and these two have to be the same shape. So like this will tell me that these two shapes are correct, but this one is lonely because it needs to be touching another one of the same color, and I was ignoring the white lines. Okay, let's take a stretch break. We're trying something new. I'm not gonna get hot cocoa yet. I'm just gonna take a stretch break. Let's try... We did try both of these, so I wasn't just staring at one panel the whole time. Which is good. But these are both really difficult. And I don't know that I want to look at this one again, because this one is too much. Let's review. Here's a flame. I could mess with this again just to see. I've been trying to get it to take me down here, but it doesn't seem possible yet. But let's try. Oops. Does this work? Yeah. And I don't think there's a way to get to close this gap with this in that configuration. And if I go the other way, then the orange and the gray don't touch. And that still is all diagonals. If I do... this... I can get from the right down here. So does that mean I have to open like a shortcut somewhere and then maybe come through? That could be something, actually. More likely than you might think. This, however, this panel I still haven't solved. We spent forever on it yesterday, and it would be a nice shortcut. Hi fishies, how are you? Welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope it's going okay. Oh, I didn't know I could stand up here. That's cute. Today's Taiji, I think I've solved 2 panels. I figured out... Oh, I keep forgetting I can't walk up there. I figured out how to form this bridge. And since I was working on some panels inside this mountain, I think if I can open those doors, I might be able to, like, take a long way around back through, if that makes sense. But the panels in there are really hard. And that's pretty much all I've done so far. I finished a panel that had a red wire coming out of it. And I don't know where that wire led to, which is kind of suspicious also. Oh yeah, and I'm supposed to be looking for more shapes and stuff. I found that one face yesterday, and now I need to look for... Yeah, this face right here. This is an eyebrow. And an eyebrow and a nose. I need to look for more of this. So now I'm curious because I saw... Oh. There's a... I've seen the torch for the museum, for the gallery. I think I've seen the torch for the stone tablets, and I think I've seen the torch for... Well, no, I haven't seen it because there's this, like, temple that I don't know how to get inside of. But what's that other torch? That's interesting. What's that? Oh, that's the bottom of the garden area? And I never opened that door? Weird. Oh, I should make those 2 go across. That would be kind of handy, huh? There's just so much. And I didn't do these. Oh, here, this was one. That must be what I just lit up. I didn't do these because I didn't know how the diamond rule worked yet. But now I do, so I could try these. Ugh. How do I separate these two from these two? Oh, no, I can't do that. My brain is in, like, the rotating shapes mode now, but this is a different rule. Ah! This is... I want to group twos here again. What about, like, blocking those off? No. Because these two, that's the dilemma. This is locked and this is locked. And this and this. Did I do this yet? Ooh, that's looking good. Woohoo! We need one matching. And one matching. And one matching and one matching. Okay. And one matching and one matching. Nice. I could even do this. No. That's not right. What about that? No. What about that? No. That's very wrong. Okay. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I have to connect either there or there. So the blues are connected. And then I have to either do this, but that is... What if I do this? How do I get... How do I... How do... So if I... It's weird because if I fill this, these surrounding petals have to be empty. So whatever this is the opposite. Which means these two will be the opposite. Which means these two are always going to match. So there's like a triangle thing going on here. And I'm having trouble figuring out... I guess I could just do this? And now those two are connected? Oh, okay. I was close. Good. Oh, I forgot to check the puzzles, the panels that I started at today. I'll just look at like the VOD from yesterday because I totaled them up at the end of stream. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dang it, not this again. Is that right, though? Yeah. So the flowers, if they're the same color as the diamond, they can be paired together. Which, as it turns out, is weird. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, but this one is easier. Yeah. Phew. Maybe I'll finally get a shortcut door? I say that, but this could be the hardest panel of my life. Time will tell. I'll start with the ones that are locked. This is locked, so, but this doesn't mean anything about the ones. Like, these could be filled in or not filled in. Either way is fine. How many diamonds are there? 4, 6 yellow diamonds. Okay, that's good, that's good. That's still not connected. How do I keep this one from being isolated? I guess it's now part of this? Okay. This needs to be either this or... Oops. I just need to cut you off from the rest of this area. Nice. This purple has to match this? Wow, okay. Is that... That's gonna cause problems. Because this is gonna have orange, orange, orange. 1, 2, 3, I guess. Weird. Why are you blinking at me? Wow. Okay. Hi, Smams. Welcome in. How's it going? Happy Monday. I'm in awe at some of these today, these puzzles. We've got 4 diamonds. Those 2 match. Now those 2 match. How come that didn't work? Oh, because this needs to... Okay, I gotta rethink that. It's going pretty well. I'm glad. That's really good. It's just a chill start to the week so far. Had some good chats earlier at the start of stream, and now trying to be nice to my brain and go through these puzzles methodically, but it's hard. These 2 match and these 2 match. So these 2 have to be empty. I could either do this or this, right? What about this instead? Why are the diamonds blinking at me? That I don't understand. Maybe they're... supposed to only go with one, like with the flower. Yeah, I think it has to, this has to go together. Very strange. Currently having dinner, then I'll probably be more talkative. Okay, no worries. What are you having for dinner? Maybe this has to end up going through, like, connecting to the middle or something? I could see that working. Something like that. Okay, getting there. Dang it. What about... Oh, this is annoying. What if I change one of the sides to... No. Quesadilla, yum. That sounds good. I don't know what I'm gonna make for dinner. Oh, I feel like I had a good thing going. And then I messed it up. Matching. Opposite. Oh, this is... Matching. I don't know how to even do this, like, chain of flowers here. Matching. 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 Matching? Like that? I think that works. And then I think... Oh, you're connected to 2 flowers now, though. Ugh. So annoying. I want backseat, but what are you supposed to do to complete the puzzle? Multiple rules. Diamonds can exist in same color pairs in single zone, light or dark. Hi CD, welcome in. Yeah, the diamonds have to be in pairs, and the flower petals, like, the colors of the petals represent what the tiles around it can be. So if the center tile is filled in, and there's 2 orange and 2 purple, that means 2 of them have to match the center tile, and 2 of them have to be the opposite of the center tile. Yeah, it's hard to explain. I'm getting better at explaining it, but I'm happy to try. And, like, as you play the game, you learn better and better how each of the rules works, but part of the game is figuring out the rules because they don't tell you. You learn them through process of reasoning and process of elimination. It's pretty cool. I keep thinking I can attach this middle one to the center, but I cannot. I can cut it off from the center, but now we've got 3, 4 here all together. Does this one can go here? This one can go here? Oh! I did it. Funky. 2 more before the bars. Let's see. CD, I am like trying to grind through, but I keep like I'll get a few and it'll go so well, and then you just... This game is hard. It's really well done, but some of them, like, the difficulty I feel really spikes. As it should, I guess. I mean, for puzzle games. I don't know. I don't know. Depends on what you like. Okay, so none of these are locked. This has to go with either this or this. This has to go with either this or this. Wait. No. It has to go with this pedal over here because this is super cheeky. How does this, is this pedal the equivalent of having 2 diamonds in 1 square? It has 1 matching. And this has to be opposite. No. No! It's ruined. It's not ruined! Gotta love games that say, answer the riddle without giving you the riddle, just the method to answer it. I know. Why do I keep doing this to myself and playing puzzle games? Is the 2 of diamonds your card? There is a puzzle that has a deck of cards on it. It's only about a week since I played this and I'm confused all over again, right? Alright, here's the hardest one of the row. Or maybe not, I don't know. Some of them are cheeky too. Like when Matt was in here, it was like you psych yourself out for the last one of the panel to be really hard, and it ends up being like a symmetry thing or just really similar to the one before it, and you're overthinking it. He was like, I'm sorry for being cheeky, but it's good. It keeps me on my toes. This makes me think all of these have to be lit up. Ooh. Okay, now let me double check my work. No, it's not quite there. I drew this because why? Because I had to fill it in over here. This, I drew a line to connect to one of the flowers. So this has one matching, which is good. And then 3 opposite. This one's wrong. But I think I can take that out and make this. Oh no, that can't happen. What about you? This is brutal. Hi, Coggins, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. The puzzle master is not me. It's all good. I don't puzzles. It's a lot. I was feeling hopeful, but I gotta retrace my steps. We've got a gold and a purple all in one shape, which is good, but this rule set is wrong on this flower, and then our other shape needs to be attached to this diamond. So now this rule set is right, but this rule set is wrong. So this flower should be the only thing that's lit up, I think. Yeah. At least I know what's wrong. Puzzles be for big brain type, and I prefer the ones with 10 pieces. Please. There's like so many different types of puzzles, and sometimes you're doing a puzzle and you don't even realize. I don't know, like there's puzzling to and strategy to action games and stuff like that too. I just think when you have a game like this, it's more like doing a crossword or a Sudoku than it is like playing a video game. But it's so satisfying. And we've got this lovely music to accompany us. I've been really good. I'm feeling the cold and the winter and like slowing down from that, but otherwise I've been good. I wonder... If I start changing this around, it's gonna change everything. How do I give this one matching tile and not connect it to the rest of the border? Oh, can't I just do this? Because everything connects around the outside anyways? No, because that cuts off these two. Okay, good to know. Can I do it in a way that doesn't cut off those two? What if I give even more space? Oh, but I'm messing up this one by adding pieces where they don't belong. Man, I'm so annoyed. I feel like we're so close, but not. One of these, just one of these has to be unchecked. These are both wrong. It's still not right because these are wrong. It's still not right because these are wrong. Man. This flower. Click, 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 click. Try something else again. Now I'm just annoyed. And this is cut off. Can I, like... Can I do this? So this is one matching. No, 'cause... And this is one matching? Oh my god. Yay! I got a shortcut that achieves nothing else. But I got a shortcut. And the satisfaction of bringing it to completion. This deserves... Thank you. I was like, this deserves something. It's so delayed, though. Yay! Thanks, Emmy. I have a BMO button, and then it should pop up down here. Maybe? We're still working on the BMO button. I feel you on winter brain. Got real cold over here last week. It's reminding me of The Witness. Yes, it's basically The Witness. It got so cold, and I hate being cold. I just need to wear more layers and drink more tea. Okay, so do I want to keep working on shortcuts or do I want to go try... Let's go look at the binary puzzles again, since CD brought it up. I don't remember how to get to them though. Is it through here? Nope. This is all its own thing. Do I go through here to get to it? Also, I don't think so. It's so hard to get around, I can never remember which staircases lead where. Oh, and I'm supposed to be looking for cool visual stuff, but I keep forgetting. Here it is. We've arrived. Binary stuff. My partner has been introducing me to the world of different teas. We tried a mango and passion fruit one. Yum. I used to get David's tea a lot, and they have some really good flavors and bundles. I would get the holiday one, and there's like white chocolate tea and lots of different peppermint varieties and ones with little cranberries and stuff in there. Oh, I love them. They're so good. They're expensive though. It's fun to get like a holiday sampler and then you have the tiny little tins of different ones. Ooh, I could try this again. This is another fun shortcut. Now that I remember how this rule works. Supposedly, I remember. Maybe not. Would you like us to go cool visual stuff if we spot anything, or treat all discoveries as spoilers and stick to the no hints? For now, stick to the no hints and treat it as a spoiler. But maybe at the end of stream today we can do a visual stuff tour. I don't know. Oh, because I don't know how much more I'll be streaming this game after today. I'm kind of at the spot where I think we're going to get stuck. And I'm going to want to play it off stream. Can you give me, are there, thanks CD, I'm being so indecisive. Are there like a set number of them? Are there a lot of them? Are there more than 5? You can answer that. Harney and Sons is my go-to for tea right now, but I'm sipping on rooibos my friend got from South Africa. Cool. Mistake, did I tell you about that coconut tea I got? It's just Bigelow. It's just from the grocery store, but I really like it. It's grown on me. I sipped it on stream for the first time, and I was skeptical, but it's grown on me. We have a store over here called Wittard's that does all tea, coffee, and hot chocolate, with it being winter. We have cookies and cream and gingerbread hot chocolate. That sounds really good. I think I've tried a gingerbread tea before. All varieties. I don't know, I definitely saw some on my travels. Okay, I changed my mind. If you see a visual thing, you can go, ooh, a visual thing. But don't tell me what it is. Let me try to see it. Because I don't want to miss out. And I'm super focused on the panels. I feel like I haven't been looking around as much as I should. Bigelow makes some big tea. Is it coconut green? No, it's coconut black tea. Coconut green would be good. I have a lemon ginger right now and a lemon green because I love lemon tea. And I have a plain peppermint. May, hi. I have a family of students who were from South Africa and they always would bring me a box back. Oh, yum. No blurting out, but some eye-opening. Making coffee. Enjoy your coffee. We're gonna take a longer break in 8 minutes, and I'm gonna make tea. I need a hot drink. I think I'm close to this too. I got distracted with tea discussions. Oh, that is looking good. Yes. God, it feels so good when one actually works. And this is where I learned how to do that type of puzzle, and I did get the flame down here. It's like a little furnace down here. So that's exciting. Yeah, I'm gonna be more open to hints today because I just am feeling like it. Because I said so. Oh, how do I get down here? Have I done these yet? This one is different than the ones by the gallery, though. Imagine if you were playing Hitman and wish there was a way to peek around corners. And there was a way, but the game never communicates it. Would you want to know how to peek around corners? This is tenuous as heck. What's Hitman? But it's a game mechanic, but the game never tells you about the game mechanic. I know how to mark squares. I know how to string squares together and reset. Oh, is it like a camera thing? What's down here? I did all of this, right? Oh yeah, this is the other part of the diamond section. And this is the way to the tree. To clarify, I will ask for hints today, but don't give hints until I say, okay, I need a hint. So what I'm thinking is I want to go back to the stone tablet area and get a hint on those if I still don't see it. Because the other day I was really stuck on those and I am not really sure what's going on. Trav, hi. Thanks for the hello. Welcome in. How's it going? Wait, I also want to check something really quick. Was I messing with this? Yeah, weird. I was trying to fix Mix It Up Bot earlier and failed. OBS is doing OBS things. Oh my god. Wait, if I'm editing it in this folder, is it messing up all the other folders too? Oh, I think I broke a bunch of stuff. I don't know. We'll come back to it later. Sorry. I'm annoyed with alerts today. We're at 300! 300, whatever that means. It's a good sign. The thing I was very vaguely thinking of is not a camera thing, but if this might be your last day streaming, Taiji, it could make you happy without spoiling anything or revealing any gameplay-ish at all. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. Let's open the... I'm not gonna say open the floodgates. That's dangerous. But I'm curious what it is. These I don't get. I got them in the mansion section, but I don't know what's up with them now. It's fast travel? Is it through the maps? Oh, I don't even know where the nearest map is. Yes, I do. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 map markers because it's a 3x3 grid. So if I pick one, will it take me there? Or do I have to like click it with the mouse? Or do I have to make a path between them? Wow, cool. You have to pick the one you're at and the one you want to go to. Neat, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's helpful. Okay. Oh, or you have to pick... yeah, I was gonna say you have to pick the sign of the one that you're trying to get to, which I don't remember them all. But this one is marked. I don't know. I don't need it right now, but it'll be helpful to have. Oh, I wanted to go to the stone tablets. And you didn't get banned! Please. No, it's okay. I said it was okay. Mods. It's okay. Oh, and it's time for a stretch break. Alright. Now that we've learned that, let me get to the stone tablets. Da, 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 da. Oh, this isn't how to get there. Shoot. Hang on. Maybe I should have fast traveled. I thought it was quicker to get to those. Is there, you can answer this too, is there a fast travel to get to the stone tablets? It would be, yeah, this one. But I don't know what that symbol is off the top of my head. They get marked after you've beamed into them once. So we know this one. Is there one that looks like this? Yeah. I'm gonna perhaps do some guesswork here. I think there's one that's the top and the bottom. Maybe there's one that's the sides? No? Is there one that's just corners? Yeah. It's the one that I haven't gotten yet. I like, yeah, it's filling it in once I do get there. Okay, maybe this will take longer than I thought. We're gonna take our break. I'm gonna make tea and stretch. Please do the same. There's a C and a backward C. Okay. And then I'll be able to figure this out. Ah, perfect. Thank you. Make that coffee. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the break. It's really good. Novelty mugs! My glasses are gonna fog up. Your Santa mug reminds me of the Indiana Jones scene, Monkey Brains. Oh, because the hat, like the head popping off? I don't know that scene, but yeah, I could see why. I think it's too hot to sip still. I boiled the water, so, you know. Temperature boiling. Do you all have a favorite novelty mug? I've got the Steven Universe one, which I really like. And I've got a giant one with the symbol for caffeine on it. Love it when I drink Santa's brain juice. Nothing says Christmas like good old Santa brain juice. Oh, you were saying what the last symbol was? A diagonal? Before we left for break? Oh, thank you. Oh, there's one more. I gotta move my chair around. Hang on. Okay. I have a big Pokeball mug, but I honestly never use mugs, drink hot coffee or tea. Well, then you just put it on display. Pokeball is a cute one. Alright, but I will get back to these. What I want to try to do is the pillars section. So let's get back, let's take a look, and then we'll do more shortcuts in a minute. My fave is either my Space Jam mug or Tanuki mug. That's so cute. They're all rough facsimiles of the mechanic or symbol. The diagonal is a 3 dot. Okay, that helps. That helps. I feel like I'm cheating myself out of the puzzle to figure out all of the shortcuts, but it is what it is. It's not cheating if you're having fun, and you're not playing competitively against other people. I have 2, a Mickey Mouse one with ears as a lid, and a Cuphead one. That's cute! Oh, I was thinking about Cuphead again the other day. I never gave it a chance not co-op, and I think co-op killed me because the delay and things have more HP, right? I'm pretty sure they do. But we'll cross that bridge another day. I don't know what kind of heating you have, but if you have wall-mounted radiators, you can glue kitchen foil to cardboard and slide it behind, stop so much radiating into the wall. Is that safe? Oh, I don't have wall heaters. I have forced air and tall ceilings. It's just a bad combination. Forced air and the air vents aren't in the floor, which when I was a kid, all of our forced air vents were in the floor. But all of mine are like way up high, and then the ceiling's tall, so it's all just going into the ceiling. Might retry Cuphead now that there's an easy mode? There's an easy mode? Yes, I'm with you, Mistake. Let's do it. Okay, I have a safe word question. Do I have to do these 2 puzzles to get the torch? Doesn't seem like it, because this one's already lit up and this one's already accessible. So maybe I skip them. There's an easy mode? Hi Boba, welcome in. The shortcut is visible on each map pillar. Right, I knew that. If the map fragment is on your map, then you've seen it. You're not cheating, you're being reminded. Fair enough. I think you have to. Okay, thanks. I saw your 2023 game list. I'm stealing La Mulana. That's been on... There's so many things that have been on the back burner for so long. And it's not that I don't want to play them on stream, but I play games so slowly. Which is why I'm trying to do, like, alright, we've had X number of streams on Taiji, it's gone well. The more streams, the more stuck I get, like, I should be a little more like, okay, we'll open up safe word questions today. You know what I mean? I can't handle any more 21 stream long playthroughs. It's too much. Cuphead did a collector's edition with a puppet Cuphead and it's freaky looking. Oh no. Playing La Mulana eventually. I don't know exactly when, but it's on the 2023 list. And I've heard really good things. And we've had friends stream it and play it and say it's really good, so. I'm doing good, Boba. I'm cold, but I'm good. I'm trying to wait for this tea to cool off so I can sip it. It's too hot. Oh, no, it's pretty good. It's tasty. It's hot cocoa and tea mixed together, and it's pretty good. Okay. Playing games slowly is a mood. It took me 5 years to beat Breath of the Wild. What's the rush? But for stream, I'm not gonna rush through. I don't know. Still figuring it out. Work in progress. Played The Witness in 2016, then life got in the way and I didn't play for 5 years, then finally came back and finished it. Nice. What's the rush? Me, my backlog. Yeah, but they're not going anywhere. You don't have to beat them to consider them off your backlog. I have so many games on in my library that I tried, and I gave them an honest try for maybe one stream, and now they're not on my backlog anymore. That's it. I don't have to beat them all. It only grows if you keep buying games, yeah. But you don't have to beat them. Well, I don't know. Everybody's different. Okay, let's focus. Well, focus and please tell me about your backlog, because I want to know what's on everybody's, like, must-play list. So the way these worked was I followed... It felt like I was following the border of the pillar, right? So there's a chunk of wall here, and then there's no chunk here, but there's a chunk on the other side. But I think there's more to it than that. And with these, because they fell over, I don't know what this right-hand side of it looked like before it fell over. What's up with this one? Some of these are just completely destroyed. This wasn't part of this, right? I don't think so. I have Outer Wilds and The Last Campfire on my Please Don't Leave Them Forever list. I don't know The Last Campfire. We might have talked about it on stream before. Outer Wilds. Never heard of it. Just kidding. What does this one look like? See, and these look like they're kind of beat up. And this would have had a bit of wall here, but it broke off. So it's not filled in. Do these two complement each other? Oh, they do. Interesting. Interesting. And I want to play the pedestrian, but you know... Yeah. Dang camera angles. Maybe this one isn't... It's chipped away, but this was always intended to be blank. Maybe. I don't know, but this one looks... I don't know. Are these always compliments and I just never noticed? I just never noticed. Good job, Jen. Alright, we can do this. But these ones match? But the bottom section doesn't match. Oh, but... No. Does it have to do with where the wires are? Where's this wire going? But the weird thing is on these, if there's a complement, it still looked like the pattern that was available. But on this one, I don't understand. But I'm gonna try. Huh. How am I supposed to know what the right-hand side would have looked like? Hades is the big one for me. Ty the Tasmanian Tiger HD Collection, Wargroove for Horizon Forbidden Wild West. Whatever it is. Sonic Frontiers, Moonlighter, DLC, Persona 5, The Last Guardian, Digimon Survive. That's so many! Okay, that is a lot. Complimentary pillars, you're looking very slim today. Have you gotten taller? Mine is weird. I really want to finish building a set of mods. The games I have are interruptions to that goal. Gotcha. You ended up in buffer hell. Oh no. I've never played Alien Isolation or Doom 2016, but they're in my library. You won't catch me playing Alien Isolation. Maybe we play Doom someday. I had to take this scrunchie out because my hair is still wet from the shower and that's making me cold too. I kind of forgot that that's a thing. I didn't have time to blow dry it. Okay, what if this is 1, 2, 3? And now on this side, it's 1, 2, 3 going the other way. And this is on the left. And this is on the right. And this one's blank. Those could be the same, maybe. What if this whole... No, that whole thing wouldn't be filled in, would it? Because these are both blank. So that one is confusing to me. I don't get it. I forgot Cyberpunk! Cyberpunk, Scorn, Jedi Fallen Order, the big three. Yeah. Oh wait, I need to scroll up because I was trying to do this pillar. I once said that, then Pym happened. Oh really? And you said never, Alien Isolation ever. Hades is one I definitely want to go back to. And Nier Automata, I never know how to say it, is one that's been on my list for years. Those are good ones. I have Opus Magnum and Factorio waiting for me, but I'm not sure those are healthy addictions to embark upon. I will tell you, my list of games that I wish I played more often is it's not long, but it does exist. But at least I got to try them. Like, I wish I could play more Cozy Grove. I wish I could play more Hollow Knight randomizers, which I've been doing lately, which is good. What's another one? I wish I could play more Don't Starve together. Like, we did a little session the other day and it was really fun. But coordinating with people and putting a group together is like once every few weeks we all coordinate and meet up. Silk Song when? Ugh. Someday. I can't wait. This is so odd to me. Did I try like this? What about like this? I don't get it. Is it because... Are they supposed to fit together like puzzle pieces?
If I think about it too much, I get all soul-searchy.
And weird. Maggie, thank you for 25 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your Earth Badger emotes. Your ad-free viewing. We're so glad to have you. Thanks, Maggie. I have a disgusting addiction to Call of Duty, so no single player game gets a look in. Gotcha. My addiction is Hitman. I was in closed test for upcoming freelancer mode and it's fun. Nice. I picked up some tiny Hollow Knight figures from a fan gamer a couple months ago and they're adorable. Love it. My the Hollow Knight pin hasn't come in the mail yet, Trav. I've been checking the Throne website. BRB took longer than I thought. I had to pick up some stuff. No worries. Welcome back. I feel all soul searchy. I feel also soul searchy, but I do not understand how this puzzle works. Okay, I will ask a safe word question. Is there something in the surrounding environment that I'm supposed to be using? That I'm supposed to be looking at? Like, there's ruins here and ruins here. You can see everything you need to see. Like, on the pillars themselves. Okay. Oh, what's interesting is both of these come into a point here, but both of these come in... You can't see the point. The point is where these pillars are. They come in and then they split again. They come in and then they split again. Yes and no. Hi, Ostrich. Welcome in. wish these would stay lit up at the same time. This one made so much sense. Do they fit together? They do fit together. So this side would fit with this side. Like that. And then it would have these here. Oh, thank God. Okay. But how am I supposed to know what the right-hand side looks like? What does it fit to? Braining! You love to see it. Gotta love a braining session. The outsides are, I guess, also fit together? Yeah. Okay. Even though they wouldn't physically be next to each other, they still fit together. Cool. Oh, look at this. Danger. Danger. Live wire. Okay. This looks like this. But this side looks completely flat. So is this side all filled in? Oh. Oh, this is all filled in. I see. It's like sticking out. Kind of tough to see. This one's broken too. This is really challenging. It's very eroded. Is this only half of a pillar? What's this? Where did this come from? Where did you come from? Excuse me. Insert cheerleading emotes. I know, we're so close to the flame. Don't get too close to the flame. Unless you're playing Taiji. So normally one puzzle is on the orange side and the other puzzle is on the blue side and they come together. This time there's two puzzles on each the orange and the blue side. But I still don't understand where this one came from. But to me, oh, maybe this was here and this was, it's the same as this, but like completely fallen over from this side. And this is actually the base of this one. And so these two center ones are matching and this cracked blue one and this one are matching. It tells a story. Stay away from flame and don't pee on the exposed wire. Thank you, CD. I feel like the music is extra loud today, but it is, once again, kind of nice. Maybe I'll turn, hang on, I'm gonna turn the mic. Just a tiny bit, sorry. So if this is the bottom, this is hard to read though. It's either 3 or 1. No. Weird. Hi, TF. Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for not spoiling the solution. If I want hints, I will say safe word, but until then, I'm good. I'm good. I have lots to work on. Oh, I wonder if this side fits to this side. No. I wonder if the bottom is actually like an empty row. And then that's the filled in one. Thanks for the reminder, Maggie. Tappa tappa the right grids and then boop the button and huzzah, you win. It's a good description. I like it. Okay, the bottom one was blank. Got it. Cool. Now this mess. The top is filled in on the right. And then it looks like there was one on the left. Oh, maybe there was a gap between those. Oh, yeah. It was filled in, and then there was a gap on both sides where the other side is filled in. Then it looks like there was one on the left, but I think the other side still has a gap. Then there's a gap here, and then a blank. It's this. And then I think the rest of this left side is all filled in. No. This. I think maybe I have this backwards. I think I'm looking at it rotated wrong. The pillars go bumpy bumpy and the panels go clicky clicky. I like the witness hint. Start at the circle and draw a line to the end. Thanks. I know who broke all these. That's the real question. I think I did this reverse. So let me fix it. So this would fit in here. And then the rest of that side is smooth. And this would fit in there. Yay! No pressure, but lots of pressure. Isn't there... What's going on with this middle? Is each side treating like this is a pillar of 2 and this is a pillar of 2? I'll try that. And then I feel like there's a tower somewhere that's unaccounted for. Or maybe it has something to do with... I don't know. I'm gonna leave these here because that seems right. Get it right first try or else. Sorry. Or else what? This pillar. Isn't there a pillar over here? How wide is that pillar? Let me go look at you. How do I get over there? Cut through the middle. I don't think I can get over there, sadly. Oh wait, I forgot about this staircase. Maybe I can do that? Yeah. Maybe that one only has to do with this one over here though for the shortcut. Jim, hi, how's it going? Thanks for the love. And the hugs. How's your Monday going? Do these actually line up? They kind of look... There's so much of this back and forth. They kind of look the same. Fill. 2, 3. That's weird. Well, that's annoying. Alright, but I don't need that right now. So I don't think that that has to do with this puzzle up top. Does it have to do with anything at the very, very start? Is there anything down here that would match up? Been lazy all day? Yeah. That's allowed. Sometimes you just need a lazy day. Went down the wrong way almost. I'm never making that without cocoa powder again. It's so good. What about the staircase? The staircase kind of looks like a pillar. Out, in, out. In, out, in, out, in, out, in. But like, I don't know. It also seems pretty uniform. I don't know how to describe what I'm thinking. Like with a pillar, sometimes it's 2 squares and 1 square and 2 square and 1 square. I did take 2 whole breaks, Maggie. Thank you for asking. I set up a timer with Mix It Up Bot, so I don't forget anymore, because I'm tired of looking at the clock and being like, I haven't taken a break yet. Stretch breaks are so important. And when I play puzzle games, brain breaks are so important. I get cranky if I don't take a brain break. We all get cranky sometimes. It happens. This, I know this switch. This is like that big crossing the river puzzle. We'll have another break in 15 minutes. The little timer thing will go off again. And it'll be like a 1-minute break. And to ask, is the other night you got really focused? I know, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the reminder. I really did, and like I was in a really bad mood because I feel like I just zoned out. And stream got away from me. Like, I don't know. Never again. Wait, is it the... Do we think the shape of the entire building means anything? How... How much can I zoom out here? That feels like too much. Here's the first two pillars. I don't think it means anything. Being in the zone. The adventure zone. Hi, llama. It's good to see you. Is it inside of this cave below us? Just don't know what I'm supposed to be referencing. What if I fill the whole thing in? The rows that don't have, like this row confuses me because it doesn't have any blocks. The whole thing confuses me. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at. All these other ones had counterparts. This one doesn't have a counterpart. And it makes me upset. Doesn't match these. How tall is it? 5 tall? That one's 5 tall. But it's not the same pattern. We have to account for the entire universe. It's a big game. I don't want my tea to get cold either. I'm rocking the Santa mug today. It was time to bust it out. Next week, I've got like the Christmas headband and I don't know. I wasn't ready to go full like snowflake earrings, red and green outfit this weekend. It felt like too soon, but next weekend, we're going all out. Okay. Focus, Jen. What is happening here? I'll ask the same safe word question that I did at the earlier mechanic at this one. Is everything I need here on this pillar? Or do I have to find a reference point somewhere? That's a safe word question. You have the perfect hair to do a Taiji character cosplay, you think? I feel like hers is darker than mine, but maybe not. Do I have an outfit like this? Tea is important. Without it, you'd be playing Taiji. You can see all you need to see from what I remember. Okay, cool. Thank you. That's it. No more questions. Gotta have another sip. Hello? And I gotta be able to run really fast because she sprints across the map. I definitely have black boots, black tights. I don't know if she's wearing a dress or like I could wear leggings and some black shorts and a black tank top. Important tea then milk or milk then tea? Did I put any milk in this? No, because I put hot cocoa in this. But normally tea then milk. Mug then tea then milk. If I'm putting milk in my tea. Also sugar? Not usually. I drink a lot of green tea and I just leave that alone. No milk, no sugar. There's something... But none of these is... It's not one pillar that was broken in half. It's two pillars that complement each other. Which is throwing me off because this is just one pillar and it complements itself. Is it supposed to be... I don't know why that would be like that. Oh! That did work. Heck yeah. I guess something in my brain was like each row needs to have 2 filled in and 2 empty blocks, but I'm not exactly sure why. It was just another somewhat methodical thing to try. We lit the flame! That's 6 flames. Now I've got the gallery and the horizontal lines section. The like quarry or whatever you want to call that, the factory. Yay! Alright, let's work on this one again. I was dual wielding caffeine today, yeah? Caffeine is important. Some days I really cannot function without it. Okay, I'm gonna draw this pillar so I don't have to walk back and forth. What it looks like is 3 squares filled in. It looks like... Oh, somebody's bringing their trash can in outside. It's rolling next to my window. Thanks for the joy. Current UK weather makes me glad I bought hot water bottles for my cats a couple winters back. Yeah. I have a hot water bottle and a heated blanket, an electric blanket. I don't know why I'm not using those more. I should be for stream. They're good for human feet. This looks like maybe like a blank on top and then 3 filled in with a blank, 2 filled in with a blank, 1 filled in with several blank spots. It could be interpreted different ways. And if I'm counting it correctly, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This one has 11. So maybe... Is this supposed to be the section that's sticking out of the water? That doesn't make sense to me. just doesn't make sense. Just keep walking around. What did this break off of? This one doesn't have a broken piece. It doesn't seem like. I just can't imagine. Why else would it be here? On opposite sides of this tower. Feels like it's a reference point for this one. What else would I be looking at as a reference point for this one? Also, I'm still mad about these down here. Angry. Is the reference point the grass along the path? Is the reference point the outside wall of the building? I don't think so. I don't think it's that hidden. Okay, can I safe word ask if the reference point is the pillar in the water? How many squares does this have? I don't think the staircase has anything to do with anything. And I wonder if there's a way to fast travel to this point to look around over there. I don't think there's any other pillars in the water. I don't recall. I could load up the game and check. Well, you don't feel like you have to. I'm just curious. Or I guess if you remember whether this has a reference point. Maybe it's standalone. If I need to, for this, is everything I need for this pillar right here on the pillar itself? And I think it's no, so I guess you can confirm that I need to be looking at something else as a reference point. But if it is all right here, you need to be looking at something else. Okay, and is the thing I need to be looking at this pillar over here? That's my other safe word question. Just yes or no. If it's no, don't tell me what it is. Okay. You uninstalled it. Oh, no worries, no worries. Fishies to the rescue. And like, don't ever feel bad if you can't answer the safe word question. It's not... I really should try to figure it out on my own anyway, but... sometimes I like to rule things out. What if I start... I was gonna say, what if I start from the top, but... the top isn't here. It's broken off. It's very frustrating. And I don't think I've ever had a case where the pattern that I needed went against what was on this. Like, no matter what, it's gonna match what's given. And sometimes there's just nothing given. It's all the little tablet pieces are broken off. Is what it seems like. Jim never has the answers. I bet you've had an answer. at some point. Maybe it wasn't related to a game. Maybe it was a life question. Who knows? I don't need to go down here. Stuck doing puzzles by yourself. The horror! No, that's why we're all here. I really want that to work. Okay, let me look at it again. So what if... What if the rest of it is underwater? It's already time for another stretch? Oh yeah, I said we only had like 15 minutes until the next one. Okay, brain break, brain break. I still don't know how to solve this puzzle, but it is real helpful to step away for a second. The hood's going back up. Is there a way... a place where I can see this underwater? But that... would that help me? What if this is the top of the pillar? So it's like 3 left open and 1, and 2 left open and 1, and 1 left open. Do I have room for that? 3 left open and 1, 2 left open. No. It does not make sense to me. I know this is just a shortcut door, but... am I supposed to line up... I can't line them up to match... like the space where the other one would fill these gaps. The one above it I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say. I just know that this doesn't make any sense. And I'm trying to imagine it on its head, or like the bottom one is the other one like broken off. And that doesn't make any sense either. 1. Blank. 1, 2, blank. There we go. That was so annoying. It makes no sense. But I just kept trying different things. The one in the water, the part underwater is like this section, sort of, kind of. It like matches up to here. And then if I put the chunk in the water that sticks out, if I lined it up with here and then lined the next notch up, and then the 2 that were filled in, it matches up there. Like I just put the rest of the tower up at this top part, I guess, and imagined that this was all underwater, but that took me so long. Okay. Are we having fun yet? I can go up here. Did I get this one? No. Oh. Wait, I didn't? Oh, I don't think it was powered on before. That's weird. Is this a combination of the pillar and the binary puzzles? Probably. Which I hate. Okay. But that's the only... No, it's either this or the horizontal diagonal line puzzles. So here's where we're at with these. Everything was going just peachy until these, and now I'm completely lost. So I gave up. I don't even want to mess with these. Let's look for cool visual things. Are there any faces on the side of the mountain? I know these were supposed to teach me something. Let me look at these again. I'll draw this as a reference point. And it worked for so long as a reference point until they started combining stuff and getting all shifty. And this is what's above the door, and I don't really understand. I don't... make it make sense. 1 a.m. here, so I need to fade out. If this is the last Taiji stream, I hope you love it off stream and maybe even stream more if you get a second wind. Thank you, CD. I appreciate it. I'll post the schedule, but if I end up doing like a bonus Taiji stream, it'll be in the Discord. And I'll ping people. Or like, I don't know. Just keep an eye out. Have a good rest. Thanks for hanging out. I will continue to wing it. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. One. A 1 with a 1. A 1 with a 0. I feel like all of these should be filled in. But maybe only the ones... What was the deal with this? None of these were filled in? Because they all canceled each other out. That made sense to me. Oops. None of these are filled in either. One, oh, 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 1. Do any of these match from the right side to the left? 110001. No. So this area, I only have one puzzle I can do, which is very frustrating because it's such a small, it's not even like those big grids where I can sit and kind of chew on them for a while and try a bunch of stuff. You either know it or you don't. And I was talking last time about the dots. What do the dots mean? I don't know. Are these the same? 110100, 110100. Okay, these are the same moving from the dot to, I don't know, the finish line. So maybe I need to line up. So this would be canceled out. This would be canceled out. This would be 101 and 100. So this would be filled in. Oops. This would be filled in. This would be canceled out. And this would be filled in. Progress? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now there's a dot on either side. Have I ever seen that before? I mentioned the dots last stream, but we had... I mean, there's always a point in the stream where... like... you just gotta take a break. Puzzles are hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Am I reading one side against the other as if there are two sides, even though they're smooshed? Or am I splitting it in half? Let's try both, I guess. So this would be 1011011. Oh, I gotta write this down. And this would be 1101101. Even if I split it in half, this is better. Pen and paper sure helps for these. It really does. Okay, so this would be canceled out, filled in, canceled out, filled in. Oh my god, I can't believe it's working! They're messing with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Say what? Is this like that thing in the gallery where now you have to count spaces between things? Not that doesn't even work. What's happening here? Alright, well, I write this out anyway. 101 01 01 100 10. Oh. This is hard. 110 101. Okay, but that's too long of a thing. And I don't see any other visual differences. At least not yet. I need a chapstick break really quick too. The dang dry air. Where's Duncan? Oh, he's napping. He's still doing good. I don't get it. I can make 6 pairs of 2. Just making sure I'm counting right. If I write them like stacked on top of each other, like the 2 puzzles before this, it would be 1 1. It would be filled, empty, empty, filled, empty, empty, filled. Should I do that twice? But that's still... Is it like a repeating pattern now? 4, 5, 6, 7. Kind of? Interesting. So it repeats, and then it, like, it's the same one way, and then if you flip it around, it's the same coming the other way. Or it repeats, and then it could keep going and mirror itself, but the pattern ended, so I don't have more digits to work with. Do you want a bit of an explanation for that one? Let me see what lies ahead. And then, like, after, if I can't get it, then yes. Or after I get the flame, then explain why it worked. But let me see if I can figure it out. Because we've had... This was above the other door. So I'm going to draw this one. Which was a dot, and then filled in, blank, 1, filled in, blank, 1. And then the answer was filled in, blank, blank, filled in, blank, blank. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like that matches what was on the door, but this has 2 dots instead of 1 dot, so I gotta try something. Which would be 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, and then 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. And then that would be canceled out, filled in, canceled out, canceled out, canceled out, filled in, canceled out. Oops, come on. No. What about the opposite? No. I wish I remembered if I had a reason for how I arrived at this. I don't think I did. I think I just tried it and it opened and I was mad. Oh, maybe it has to do with this. No. I tried that already and it didn't work. Oh, I think I wrote this down wrong. Hang on. No. No, I didn't. If it matches the way above the door, 0, 0, 0, 1 0 1 0. It would be blank 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 fill blank fill blank. And then coming from the other direction, blank fill, blank fill. Oh, I messed it up. Fill, blank, blank, blank. But when I tried to stack those together, it didn't seem to work, but maybe... That's what I tried before. Can you... I had a reason behind this one. Hi Proxima, welcome in. My brain is sweating. Yeah, I feel that. There's a lot happening. If I do this, it doesn't work anymore, right? Yeah, I want to know why this one works. This one doesn't make sense to me. How I got from these three below it to this one above. So we had 2 dots, reading both of these from left to right and comparing them against each other. The 2 dots melded and the shapes melded, and I was still comparing them against each other. But then it completely melded. Am I supposed to imagine what these would have looked like if they had been split apart? Because I feel like I just matched the pattern, but if these were split, it would be something like this. But even that is a guess, really. I don't think I knew why I did this one either. What if I treat this as... Wait, no. 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1. Are those all just different ways of writing to fill in? But why did that... I don't know. I don't know why it looked one way on this door. I feel like those should match because they look the same. The rules should match. Except for the dot. There's an extra dot on this one. Is this one supposed to be 2 rows melded together from the top? Is this supposed to be 4 rows? So I'm reading it as 2 rows melded this way and then 2 rows melded the other way? Oh, that makes my brain hurt. And I still don't know how that helps me. If the result of these 2 rows gives us this, then that's just what it would be after I was done melding them. Like, I don't see how splitting them apart helps me. Okay, can someone explain... I really want to try to get it, but I don't... It just feels like I got some of these arbitrarily. And then once I came in here, these started to make sense again. Can you explain why this one worked? Because I went from, like, these canceled each other out, and this was a 1 and a 0 combined, so I filled it in. Like, I went from this whole canceling out system to this, which just doesn't make any sense to me. Because these are squares, but they're a slightly different shape of square. Or they're rectangles, whatever. They're tall, they're rectangles. And they're not filled in because I treated it as 2 zeros stacked on top of each other, so they canceled each other out. But then this is like a condensed version of that, so you would think it canceled each other out, but it didn't. Two patterns overlap. 1 0 0 0 1 0 and 1 1 1 1 1 1. Where is the 1 1 1 1 1 1? Is that because they're filled in, the zeros, and that's what that looks like when they're like completely layered on top of each other? Okay. Okay. Alright. No further questions at this time. Thanks. That was... because when I got to this door, I think I just kind of looked at a pattern and went, yep. Seems good. One, 1 1 0 1 1 0 1. Cancel, cancel, blank, blank, cancel, blank, blank. Okay, perfect. Let's do this. So this is 0, 1, 0. But how do I know which is coming from which side? Well, it won't matter as long as they cancel each other out. 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. That still didn't work. One, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0. Okay. But if I change any of these... Wait, did I just write this one wrong? God, this is so confusing. It just takes a lot of sketching, and I have to stay focused, which is hard. One, 0, 1, 0. Okay, I think that time I did it right. But that's one that I had tried before. Yeah, the squares, all the squares. Oh, wait. No, I messed it up again. Ugh. I'm not brute forcing. It's really hard to line up because if you're taking it down from right to left, you're thinking in your head what would line up with them both oriented the same way, but they're not. So is it filled in? Do I have to undo them and then record them, or do I have to record them as I go? You know what I mean? And if I'm undoing them and then recording them, how do I know which way they undo? Does the one go to the top or the bottom? Because when I flip it, maybe they won't match up anymore because it's 7, right? So it'll be off by 1. And I've never had one with them mushed together before, starting from 2 separate sides. So if the top, I take both of these filled in ones as zeros, then the bottom, they have to be ones, I guess. 1, 1, 1, 1. Did I do this combination already? I don't know. It doesn't look like it. 0, 1, 0. I don't see this one in my notes. Yay! I think I kept writing it down, like I kept going clockwise and writing it first left to right and then right to left, but I kept forgetting. It's hard to conceptualize. Look at, I'm the worst note taker. I waste paper. Look at how few things I fit on this page. Like, I should condense my notes, but I have to spread it out. You talked about which way the 1-0 splits. There's actually 2 solutions. Either split works. Right.
The human race has an enduring desire for knowledge and for new opportunities to improve
oneself.
itself.
Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. We did it. Thank you, thank you. I was thinking it would make sense to line up because I don't know. We're past it. I get it now. So what was it about this one that you were gonna explain? Because I wrote down... Is it because this one is also numbers that are squished together? Well, it doesn't matter because there's no filled in squares on this one. But when I condense these, there are 2 sets of 7 digits. They overlap only at the end. Oh. Huh. So you just stack them... Wait, no. I said oh, but that doesn't make any sense. Zero 1 0 0 1 1 0. That's where that one ends. And then when I overlapped it with the first 7 digits of this side, I just put in the first 7 digits that I got out of the pattern that I got, and that worked. So, like, I ignored the last 5 digits of each side. Because if I had more squares, I would fill it in with whatever kept going after the first 7, but I didn't have more squares. That still doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. Did I get everything up here? Yeah. So we're only missing 1 flame. You're free to leave and never think about this area again. I liked parts of it. What's the fastest way to get back to... Oh, what's this one? I'm gonna go look at that map square. Have I located a flame in this area other than the one on the very right-hand corner? That must be it. It's up here. You can quit the game at any time. You can never leave. Thanks for the moral support. Hi Alex, welcome in. How's it going? We are Making progress. But I'm stressing out. No, that's not true. Some of it's stressful, some of it's not. I wanted to go look at the flames. We passed the man in the mountain. Here, this is what I wanted to look at. Oh, right, the gallery. The gallery and this. Oh, what? Gonna lurky for a bit while I practice cello. Enjoy. Have a good practice. Okay, does this open a new area of 300 more puzzles? One, two, three, four, five. Oh, I don't like these ones. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, it at least glows red and tells me stuff. The underwater zone! It's final puzzle of level 1 of the game. Finally! With levels 2 through 84. Yikes. One, two, three, four, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why didn't it like that for the yellow lines? It's weird, right? Sort of a witness joke? Yeah. But there... goes to the Wonkavator and goes down to an underwater zone. People tell people that they're about to start the underwater zone. I've never seen that. And it doesn't go down, it goes up. But I guess you could get there and think that. Okay, those can't be filled in, so maybe that's why. This is annoying. You mean it flies? That's silly. Why else would we call it a Wonkavator? The Wonkavator doesn't go into an underwater zone. Even that doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rip. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, it's the right number of squares. It's like a carnival dunk tank. Solve the puzzle and get dropped in the water. This pool you're standing in becomes stairs leading down into the pool. Alright, alright, alright. We'll see. If I can solve this one. It's impossible. It's impossible until I get all the other pieces, right? Because I've got... I don't know how this would be represented on here. And... what is this? I don't know what this one is. But this is present. I don't know how this would be represented on here. I can't walk on it. I don't know how this would be represented on here. These are present. I feel like this is the only thing that has a different... oh, these are the diamonds. There's no there are diamonds. So yeah, this is present, this is present, this is present. I feel like I need these. You've got button access, you can tap and boop your way to victory. Just tapping and booping. Hi Geode, welcome in. Taiji is happening. It certainly is. Oh, I want to fill in this warp spot. Did I ever figure out what these are attached to? Oh yeah. But then I never went back there. I was gonna try to open that door. And I, guess what? Got distracted. Because we went in here and solved these doors instead. Can you let me across, please? Thanks for the posture check. I appreciate it. For me and all a chat. We have a stretch break in like 6 minutes. It's definitely a game that's being played. I'm trying to be forgiving with myself, and like, we spent a really long time on some, and then I didn't get them, so we went somewhere else. I asked for like some, I don't know, what feels like pretty minor hints on a couple, but some may disagree. Just so we could keep things moving, make some progress. I don't know how many more streams of this I'll do, so... But it's a great game. I think I'm gonna keep playing it. Regardless, just maybe not on stream. I have this marked as like a suspicious thing. Is this telling me... oh, this is cute too. This has like the little flower petal designs on it. I don't know. I'll come back to it. That might be telling me how to solve certain things. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. We did these a long time ago, and now I don't have to worry about the power source. I can just walk freely around the garden. Real quick before I do that, I was gonna do this so I can see that warp shape on the map. And then I have one more warp shape. Oops. Wrong. There we go. I want to open this door. How hard is this? Oh, I worked on it. Let's start fresh. This is locked, so we'll start here. I remember this one. I think I could get this now. I think I had some misunderstandings about how to solve these. The last time I tried this. So you have 2 matching. You have 1 matching. You have 3 matching, but I can change that. What happens if I do this? Nope. You have 1 matching. And you have 1 matching. Yay! Okay, the last time I tried this, I didn't fully understand how to deal with corners. And I didn't understand that it prioritized matching over opposite. Oh, and that's a quick way to get back to these. This one has been just... I've been hitting my head against a wall with this puzzle. What's in here? Oh yeah, and these. Ugh. 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 One minute until stretch break. I'm gonna need it. Oh. I'll try it when we come back from stretch break, and then I really want to get this one. I might ask for a hint on this one, just so I think it's gonna power on a shortcut, and that'll make my life so much better. But in the meantime, I'm gonna play an ad while we're on break. You're not missing anything. I'm just gonna use the bathroom and do a quick stretch. So, I don't even have to wait for the bot to tell me to do it. That shortcut is very useful. It is because I want to keep trying these, right? And I think I could connect these 2 together and these 2 together. I feel like that's the winning ticket. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it didn't go. Oh, I have a delay on OBS. It's really dumb. Thanks, bot. We're taking a break. Stretch everyone if you need to. I'll be right back. I said I would at least give this one a try. But I don't like this one. So here's the dilemma. There's 3 different colors of lines. And each different color of a line has to be a different shape. Or in this case, like, they could be the same shape, but the line has to be in a different position of, like, the 3 blocks. If that makes any sense. Like, this is 2. And I don't think I could do this as 2 because it's rotated and it's like the line is on the bottom and the empty block is on the top. You think you see the solution? I've tried this one so many times. And I could do... This is now 4. But these are all 1. So this one is angry. But black is blue bad? What? And then this one in the middle is locked, which also doesn't help. This one has even fewer combinations too, and somehow I haven't stumbled upon the right one. Oh, now I have. So this is 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't get how that works. Also, normally these aren't supposed to touch each other. This must be teaching something that I need later that I haven't learned yet. Try 111001. Wait, 1. Yeah, that works too. I don't get why, but I'm gonna keep going. So many of these are locked. There's actually no rule about them not touching, it's just consequence in some puzzles. I don't understand why this doesn't turn it into a different shape. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares. Because they're all connected, because they're all not filled in. And every other puzzle I've done, they can't touch. Not saying that that means it's true, because I haven't had one where they could touch yet, but that makes it, that makes me feel like I did it in a really unfortunate order. This still bothers me too. It must be a shadow or something. Some of these like sort of light up when you go across. Where are the other ones where the colors overlap? Are they inside of this building? Because I learned about colors, like a block having 2 colors in one, but I don't remember where it was. Oh, and I can try to get in from this way. I feel like I just solved this one. I must have solved this one? Or something similar to this. Some are very similar yet different. Thank you. Yes, I know, but I can't remember where the one was that I did that was just like this. Unless it was this one and I'm just remembering this one from the other day. Because I don't think I worked on this panel at all today. Not yet. So it must be that whenever I've tried to rotate two shapes of the same line color together and they touch, and now it's a different shape because they're all combined. But in this case, it's not that they're touching, it's that there's two in one shape and it works from both directions. Because I don't think I've ever tried that as a solution anywhere, and I probably need it. Or maybe this is the first place I need it, or it just hasn't made sense yet. Because that purple one, that giant one with the purples that are really far apart, and it seems like you have to make like a huge shape to fit everything together. Yeah, I know. So many of these take me so long to explain into words. It's very funny. You're looking at a puzzle in Taiji and you're like, I know why this works, but I could not for the life of me use words to explain why. I get it now. It's not that these are touching, it's that it's the same shape. It just makes sense. Tap, 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 boop. The line mechanic can never combine into one shape because the lines will always be in different positions within the shape. You mean the ones that aren't diagonal? You learn it as they can't touch when you have... But I'm saying, like, all the times I've tried and they've touched and I've been like, oh, it should know that these are two of the same shape repeating. I feel like as soon as you have two separate shapes and they touch, now it's created a different shape. And the line is in one space and also this other space. And the only way that would work is if the new shape you've created, every way you put it, but if they're horizontal, it would never work. Yeah. Something, 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 rotational symmetry. Exactly. Now my head hurts. Ooh. Okay, I want to open this, shortcut. So, like, this one is the perfect example because here is a shape, and I've turned it. But now, when I look at it this way, the line is on... Oh, wait, no, that does work, doesn't it? No. But it could. Maybe, if these ones did. Because it's on the left here, right? But if I try to do... I mean, there's not enough room to keep that one repeating. So it's just starting to get messy. Hi, Cabbage. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm doing more of this. Turning my head. Spinning my head. See, and this doesn't work because this is one shape where the line is on, like, this left corner. And now this is another shape where it's down on this little edge over here. It's two of the same, but you can't have a shape that has the same colored line in two different places. This would work if this was like a white line and this was a white line, then it would work. It's nice that the shapes match, but it's not how you solve it. Blah. I think this was the one that was making me really mad, too. Because, yeah, it was. I remember. Because I was like, oh, cool, look. Here is a zigzag and a zigzag. Those two match. And these ones match. But this one doesn't match. And it was making me very upset. So could I still have them touching here? Is that why I never got it? Because I was so... No, because now this is a giant block of a shape. And I can't fill this one in because this is locked. And I can't undo this one because these are all locked. Makes me sad. It makes me so sad. I really just want to get this shortcut. Don't be sad, but look at it. Thanks for the joy. Oh, right. It would be down here. Does this have rotational symmetry? That has rotational symmetry. How many times can we incorporate rotational symmetry into the stream today? Wait, something is off. I'm gonna head off. Thanks for stream. Have a lovely week. See you next time. Thanks, Dax, and have a lovely week. We'll see you on Friday. Take care. You might find it helpful to mark the empty tiles for the left one, then you can draw the same shape. No. Now I'm not gonna do it. I'm good. I know that tool is available to me. Thank you. I don't know. We'll how can I rotate this? I have to figure out which way it's rotated first before I can do it. Because I can't add one here. Or maybe I can? Because that's going to change this shape, but maybe that's okay. It's like a branch here, and then here, and this is filled in. And this is filled in. But that's not... That doesn't have rotational symmetry anymore because I added this. So... I feel like I have to envision it upside down. Can you mark the ones that are dashed, that are locked? Yeah. But it's the same, because it has symmetry, it's the same thing. What if I imagine it as a Z shape instead? Just rotate your monitor. Stand on your head. If it has this, is that still? Yay! And I get to walk on these wood floors again, or not wood, metal floors. That make one of my favorite noises in the game. Thanks for the GG. Clank, clank, clank. I love this noise, it's so good. Yay! Thanks for the yay. Invert colors. That was tricky. But it makes sense now. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the moral support. Yeah, that Matt made by banging on his oven. I'm Vander. Thank you for this game. It's such a good noise. Such a good oven. So now I was wondering if these two can combine to make it across, but they actually can't because this grid doesn't go far enough to the left. And I think this rotation is the only one that allows this shape to touch the staircase. I love the mechanic, but it really is hard. It is. It gets my brain in a knot. But I love that shortcut. Okay, so now I feel like I have to rearrange all of this again to get here, to do the doors in here, to see if I can't make a shortcut. What's up with these? And I have 2 of these left. And this has a cable attached to it. Where does that cable lead? Who knows? It was orange, so I'll be on the lookout. Alright, I feel like... Oh, maybe it just opens this door and then we go inside. That must be it. I wonder if there's a flame in here too. I feel like there's a secret extra flame. I feel like what I want to do is set myself up to do the puzzles in that little cave for next time. Whenever next time is. I hate undoing this little path. Maybe I'll draw this so I don't forget what it looks like. Okay. And then, how do I get across? Nope, that was wrong. Oh. Like that. No, it wasn't wrong. It was right. This cave. Because I want to... No, this doesn't open anything. This is blocked. My theory was that this came out somewhere where I could go the long way around and then cross the new bridge I had made to this bottom part here. What about this side? Does this have a door? No. It has an elevator. But see, this is why I think it has an extra flame, because these puzzles are a mix of a million other areas. So what is this? What is this flame? My brain hurts. Oh, but can I come from the top down now that I have that shortcut? Maybe I had the right idea, just the wrong everything else. But this is the only one that touches this ladder? This can go here? Do the spin you need. I'm trying. That looks pretty good. So I did have to get that shortcut. I had it backwards. I thought I needed to go the other way. This looks like an arm. Doesn't it kind of look like somebody's hand or something? Okay. This is new. Oh, is this? No, I don't know what this is. just for this one panel over here. Maybe when I get it, it'll raise it up. It's lighting something up. Kaz, hi. How's it going? Have I seen horizontal and diagonal lines in the same puzzle before? Down to the right. What does this one do? It goes like this. Can I do this? No, those ones can't. Those don't play nice together. Nope. What if I do this? No. No. It's very wrong. Why did I decide to start this set? Because it's new and shiny and I've never tried it before. This could also go this way, but then I run into problems with that. It could go this way, which is what I had before. It could go this way, but then I run out of space? No, it could go this way, but then I run into problems with those two. And it could go this way. But then it's kind of a new shape. But I could combine these as something new and fun that I learned. Not like that. How would this work, though? Like this? No. I feel like that's just the simplest way to do it. Why? Ugh. No. This is stressful. Oops. Sometimes I select squares that I didn't mean to select. I don't know, there's like a sensitivity thing. What about that? It was just a problem of negative space. I forgot. Okay, good. Onward. This is locked, so that gives... Oh, there's... What? Okay. Damn the negative space, cheer up and be positive about things for once. Be nice to your brains today. So I have to make this into maybe this little W shape here. And now... And now I'm in a pickle. These match. This matches. This matches. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Alex. Thanks for the bean garden. Everyone, we have an email for this now. You can spam your human hydrate, your watering cans, and we all have to hydrate. And also go, oh wow, look how many channel points Trav has. So many that you could just contribute 2,000 to a group hydrate. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's so cute. I love it so much. Hi, TT. Okay, I can get this. I can get this panel. I know I can do it. What if... These don't have... It would be cool if, like, this squiggle had symmetry, the two, black horizontal lines or diagonal lines, but it doesn't. I hope you're having a good Monday. I feel like that doesn't seem to be working very well. Oh, right, that puts this in a different position. Okay, never mind. I was thinking... It's just frustrating because it has it lined up like this on the side. But no. Is there a way to just... I don't know what I've created here. Not what I'm looking for. I either need to fill this or not fill it, and whatever I do on that side I can do on the other to match. I don't know if that square helps or hinders. I wanted this to be... Oh, I see, but this is here. Those match now. Is this a three-way symmetrical thing that has... No, I don't think it can have three shapes in it because this one is locked and empty. But that would be fun if they just started adding more and more lines that you had to add to a shape. Ugh. This is the worst. Is this like that other... room? No, this doesn't work because this is in a different spot than it is over here. So how do I make a shape where those are in the same spot on both sides, but they touch? You know what I mean? That one, no, because it's on the right side here and the left side over here. That one, ugh. It was going so well. Until this square happened. Does this work? Oh my god. No. Because this is in a different spot. What if I do... Oh, and these are all connected. Oh, and this one's locked? You gotta be kidding me. Did anybody else find this one annoying? Hi, Jeffrey. Welcome in. We're in big think mode. We'll probably wrap up soon. All the slash ones were hard for me. It's the same. This hand is really creeping me out down here. It's the same problem. Not problem. It's not a problem. The trickiest thing about this game is you'll go through a sequence that's like, oh, I learned the mechanic. This is great. And then they just get so hard. And I feel it happening over and over. Like, I was so excited I got to this panel and I got one. And now I'm like, oh no. Oh, I wonder if... What can I make? Like a Z shape? No, it's not gonna work. The panels get very deductive in their logic when they get big, which is actually pretty unlike The Witness or other games like it. It just... You know? Brains and stuff. I really wish I could connect all of these here. I mean... I can't. Because this shape, this is locked, so this tail right here can't just end at the wall. And I don't know how to describe it. It hooks to the right and then it does like a wiggly thing. It hooks to the right and it does like a wiggly thing. Okay, now they're the same. This here and this here. This one is now the problem. What color is that? It's a white line, but it would still have to be the same number of squares as here. And I don't have space for that. Oh, I got so excited. Why doesn't this one work? Because this is in a different spot than it's supposed to be. It would be here. That looks so close though, because I remembered that there's negative space, which I keep forgetting. Ugh. Does this work? Yay! I was close. I just had to whoop, whoop, flip it around, whoop, whoop, and then click, 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 and boop, and then tap. Why are there so many panels? I don't know if I want to look at this one. I mean, I'm looking at it. I respect it. I'm looking at it respectfully, but I don't know if I want to start another one. Hikari, hi, welcome in. Ew, a human. Just doing my best. Yeah, I don't know if I want to start this one. Whee! We made good progress today. I was at 300 earlier, and I feel like last stream we ended... Oh, I don't know. Last stream we started at 285. So I don't know exactly the details between days. I mean, I can show you these other saves. I know these are all sitting here. 285. I might have only gotten 3 yesterday. Dang. That's okay. It was a rough day. But we did a lot today. Like a lot. I want this elevator to take me up here, and I want to get the flame. And I really want, no, I got the main thing. I was excited about getting to this little bridge because I was working on these for a while, and I finally got that shortcut path. This one. Da, 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 da. So many shortcuts today, actually, because I finally had the diamond mechanic, and I thought there were a bunch the first day that I kept coming back to diamonds and not understanding them. And we got this thing lit up, and once I get this flame, I'll be able to test a theory that more symbols show up on here. No, wait, they are on here. Okay, well, I just wasn't paying attention earlier, but... We've got gallery and lines. And lines and gallery and some odds and ends and shortcuts in between. Alright. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We will wrap up and we will raid someone.